All right. We are back to
Recharging. I need a target. can't carry anymore. That's it. That spell isn't ready yet. Cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's the recharge in.
Strength and honor. Go with honor.
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet.
Sub. Go forth to victory. Thrall Hull. For the Horde.
Alright, so today we're just gonna stream for a couple hours and we're going to do this quest. So luckily we have somebody here on the quest as well. He's over leveled, which is nice. Clear these out because these can be not stressful. Maybe probably at least 6, I would say. So, and then I would like to do some more editing, and actually I have two videos ready to go, just back to back, boom boom. But I kind of wanted to see what the viewership was on the first one, being longer. So, yeah, 2 of them. So, I might have to throw some of this stuff out. Don't really need that. No, it's kind of I probably should have, but I can do it later. It's kind of old news at this point anyway. Like, it's more... It's proper management and business decisions that, like, Blizzard can do the right thing. There is no right answer solution necessarily. But there's... You have these guys, these people that have been working on these add-ons for 10 plus years, okay? And some of them, I think, are basically, this is the only thing they do as a side project kind of thing. Well, the question becomes is, these people have been doing these add-ons to implement into the game. Like, for instance, this right here, these raid frames right here of the party. This right here, this is customizable completely. You can't do that in default WoW UI stuff, okay? What they're going to do is they're going to start implementing this kind of stuff, this customization part of it, into the default WoW UI. So what they're doing is, so you have these people that have been making these custom UIs, that have been coding it and keeping it up to date, keeping the code up to date for the WoW community for a decade or so. The issue becomes when they're either or Blizzard is either going to they have a choice as a management team. They can hire these people on as a direct hire, okay, and they can pay them a wage to do what they already do. This is the only thing is right now. So like they would be a Blizzard employee basically. There's that. The other thing is they pay them, like they implemented the game, but they hire them as consultants, assuming they're for hire, you know, assuming they agree to terms and whatever, and they'll do their thing. They will express all their knowledge and their, you know, everything into the add-on, to make it a default setting. So the thing is I don't know what the community see, because they're taking donations. The only payment that these add-on people are getting is from donations. Okay. I don't know what the reasonable number is that one of these add-on creators make, because there's millions of people that probably, you know, and if you give like $5, and if 10,000 people give $5, you know what I mean, and you start talking, you know, how many millions of people play this game. So you're talking about a rather large number. The thing is it even profitable for them to do something like that? Like, as an add-on developer, like, are you actually losing money? You know, that's the issue here. Is Blizzard's going to have to come up with a number to satisfy these people that are making probably pretty good money. But at the same time, they're practically Blizzard employees anyway, but they just don't have the title, they don't have the employment status. So it's kind of a management thing. It's also kind of what these people are worth, and is Blizzard willing to like pay them what they're worth? The bad thing about this is if, like, because why would the add-on person even help these people if they're not going to get paid the same amount? Like, and why would they even, like, because if they're going to get, like, if their job's going to get cut anyway, you know, like, they're going to implement into the game or limit the access of it. It's like there's two possible scenarios. One, they'll comply and they'll say, oh yeah, I would love to be a Blizzard employee, blah blah blah, you know. And then on the other hand, it's like, I'm doing well. I don't have, you know, they don't have to worry about Blizzard as a quote unquote, you know, managerial type of role in their life. That they just do this for the community and they enjoy it. Well, that's the kind of point they're making, is Blizzard technically does not have to hire these people, okay? Like, there's nothing. And could they get around it? Yes, they could. But you're talking about an add-on like this one right here, Details, which used to be Recount and then got rebranded because I think somebody took it over or something. They did something else. So, like, this is just a log. Like, this just reads logs all day. The thing about this is, if you just give it to a bunch of devs and software engineers to just recreate, they're going to make a whole lot of mistakes that this original creator made. Okay, and so it's probably going to save money in the long run to just hire this person at minimum as a consultant for X amount of hours, or half a year or something like that, until they get the project done. But the thing it still becomes is so implement these features. Yes, and they're see, this is where they did something really, really bad when it comes to management and when it comes to pushing out, because typically if you really want to look at what add-ons are, it's an extension of the game. Okay, it's an extension of the game that should have been a part of the game from day one, but they didn't put it in there for one reason or another. Probably mostly bandwidth, I'm guessing, and just overall pings to the servers. Okay, because 20 years ago, 20 years ago we were dealing with worse technology. We have almost unlimited bandwidth at this point. I'm not saying unlimited, but we're 100 times better. Basically, we're throwing gigabytes around like in seconds, and and that was just not possible 20 years ago, for the obvious reasons. And so we're concerned, like, so it's like these people have put so much work in this, and they know this program so well that you don't want to, you can't make the argument of these people aren't qualified for this position kind of thing. But what you can do is say, okay, well, with the staff we currently have, you have to talk about workloads too. Like these people are going to go work 8 hours a day kind of thing on this. Or there's going to be somebody in a cubicle working eight hours a day on this stuff, and they've never touched it before. Would you rather just have the leap and get kind of the knowledge and kind of how everything works, on the back end, and have that consultant, or would you rather struggle through it the same way this guy probably had to, and just pump out whatever you pump out, But there's a problem with that. There's an issue with that because the user base is used to something almost perfect that works all the time. Okay, and what Blizzard tried to do, or what Blizzard did with another pullout, or another thing they did, they kind of gave something that didn't have a lot of customizability. It was just a kind of a generic kind of coding out there, and it worked, and it was fine, but the player base wants something more. They want something more customizable. They want something that I can move across the screen, put wherever I want. Like, if I want my damage meter up here, if I want it here, if I want it here, it doesn't matter where I want it. I want it there. It can go there. They want it to kind of work in the same basic function that it does now. Because we've used these add-ons for 20 years, whether they are meant to be in the game or not, we've been playing World of Warcraft for the last 20 years, and our World of Warcraft experience is based upon that. Okay, and we have to admit that, but also Blizzard management has to admit that. They have to admit that this is just a unexpected part of the game that has been there for a very long time, and this is the poor management part that I was talking about earlier, that they did something very poorly. Okay, and that is back 15 years ago or so, right around, you started hearing it about Wrath of the Lich King. This is well before M+, but when Heroics came out, and when heroic level content came out of raids, and for raids and in dungeons and stuff like that, then people started relying on these add-ons even more, basically. And as soon as they started doing this, well, this idea had popped up before. And this idea was exactly what they're trying to do, or trying to push out today. And that being, they're trying to improve the default UI of the game into what these add-ons do, because that was the whole thing. Like, well, you're gonna, like, people were complaining about add-ons to rule the game, and that there should be a standard UI used to keep everything fair. Because right now it's fair, but it's open-ended fair. They want something more standardized, basically. They want a standardized UI to make it a level playing field, so I don't have to have a cash bankroll underneath me to pay people $250K a year, you know, how many people that might be, you know, to make personalized weak auras on demand during Race to War First. That is the argument, is right now, to be competitive on a high level, you have to be able to do that. That is just not feasible for 99.99999% of the WoW population. It just isn't. And you could say, oh, well, they could do it for free. They could, but it's just not feasible. It's just not feasible. And to make it feasible, what you would have to do is make it, you're either going to eliminate weak auras in general, just straight across the board, which is actually not a horrible idea, or to at least in some regard, just limit it. So, and once we limit it, then we can start having conversations that are like real conversations. But the big one here is the business end of it. Like, and they
I need a target.
They made a mistake, like I said, 15 years ago, because they were starting to go this way. They were starting to go this way, and I think what they did is they might have thrown offers out to these people, and I don't know if they were rejected. I don't know if that's what this happened. I'm sure a lot of people have come and gone, and maybe even sold, you know, the rights to an add-on or anything. I don't know if there's anything like that on the behind the scenes, you know. I don't know all the red tape, basically, in the hoops that somebody would have to jump through for, you know, I don't know if it's an add-on for this game is considered proprietary, you know what I mean? And so this is Blizzard kind of trying to make that right, I guess. I'm not sure if it's even a wrong or right, really, but it's them finally coming to the conclusion that we need to do this when it should have happened 15 years ago. And maybe some of it did. Maybe some of that stuff started getting worked in. Like, there's a lot of things about the game in general that has changed, about the way we receive information. Like the way numbers even pop up on our screen all the time. That used to be an add-on to where all your damage meter stuff just do that. And you can actually get another add-on to do it too. And you can still do the add-on today and replace the generic. Because used to in World of Warcraft, I'm pretty sure the numbers never popped up. That it was just fireball, and you saw the fireball splash, and you saw the health pool go down, but you actually didn't see the number behind it. Which is okay, because in a real life, it kind of mimics real life. You don't see a health bar above people, so we get to like conclusions like that, And so, and that's kind of the cool thing about World of Warcraft and shit. And so on one end, I'm like, okay, well, this has been a business decision that has been put off for the last 2 decades. You know, ish. It's been a little less than 2 decades. I'll say 15 years. And any company that puts off such a expenditure, that means they see it as an expenditure and they don't see it as revenue earning, basically. So they'll do, and anything like that in business, you will see a company complain, moan, gripe, anything that is not a revenue earning service in their company is looked down upon, like this should not exist, kind of thing. But in reality, it must exist, kind of thing. Like a cost of doing business, kind of thing. Well, this is kind of that. But we're talking about quality of life things within the game. The other thing is so that was their first mistake. I blame their leadership 15 years ago. That you had this idea, you could have done this now, and if you're going to complain about it costing more now than it would have 15 years ago, which inevitably it would have, for one reason or another, in the end, they chose not to go that direction, and they chose not to hire these people, or they did hire some, and not all of them. I mean, they couldn't make a deal, whether it be this way or this way, for one reason or the next. And so we're at this stage where they're kind of doing this, but they don't know. They probably don't know all the ins and outs on it, or they don't know where to start, or they don't know what to pay. So even if they're willing to pay up the ante now, they're either complaining that it costs too much now, just like they were before, and they're going to put out some half-assed product that doesn't do the exact same thing that this does. Okay? That's the issue. That is the issue. Is that the add-on created by the public, or the player base, is better than the add-on that would be put in and established in the default UI for whatever reason. I'm assuming that is a game reason. It might be a technical reason, but the problem you have is the players have seen what perfection is, kind of thing, and they've seen this now. Okay, they've gotten a taste of it, and this is kind of where they've dropped the ball, is because they could have ended this 15 years ago, but they chose not to. Okay. And because they chose not to end this, the player base now, the established player base today, which is probably different than 15 years ago, now have seen the perfection of what these independent creators have done for the game. And they're used to a certain standard of add-ons and customizability and all these things that are all inclusive in this. What you have done is you've created 15 years for the player base to expect something that you don't necessarily want to deliver on. Or you want to stepwise fashion that out, and you want to time gauge that stuff out for two reasons. One, it's a coding nightmare. Two, these add-ons are up to date all the time, every day. Like, there's not, there are rarely a major add-on that is not up to date for the first day or two. Okay, maybe the first day, and then there's an update, and then it works. Is Blizzard ready to commit to that level of service to the player base? And are they willing, because at some point, like, these add-ons come out with updates all the time. And I think they're also looking at that as like, okay, well, we have to then provide this service on top of the base game, which was the whole reason they shied away from it 15 years ago. They didn't want to manage it. So that's why I'm saying it's a management problem. Yes, you're correct. You're correct that, they would have source code, and they would have real numbers coming in, and it's not that these add-ons aren't getting close to real numbers. They are, but I'm sure there's some slight difference. I think that's also scared. I think Blizzard's also scared of that, and they've always been scared of that, to give the actual numbers, the actual stat weights that are put into these distributions to pump out X amount of damage or whatever, or healing, or even stat weights for just like gear dependency, things like that. But what they've done with that is they've just changed stat weights and scalars and the way they scale, and what you do is you just add variance on top of that, and maybe a little bit of marginal distributions. So once you do that, things, that's how you do it. You put some randomness into the distribution, and what it does is it levels out the curve a little bit. So, and by say level out the curve, it doesn't necessarily, it takes it from a linear to a slope of some sort. Some kind of curve, which is what you want. So, and then you want that curve to be representative of whatever stats you're going to put into it with the stat weights and stuff like that. And you could go Excel sheets for days on that stuff. Like, it would actually be really interesting to see some of it, which you can tell in layman's terms. You can kind of see it play out. Like, not so much in Classic. Classic is really that linear kind of model, with few little elements on there. But retail, I'm mostly talking about retail. Retail is the big winner. It's the big changer in all of this. So, but they're gonna have they have some big decisions to put over. So, okay. Oh yeah, I mean, I could just clip what I just said, because that's how it is. The business, like, the thing is, it's a business decision at the end of the day here. And the question is do you want to keep these people on as consultants? Because who knows, and for the other part of it is, some of these people might even live in a different country. So, and might not even, like, they might not even be American. So, you're going to have to go through all that. So there's, which I don't think is a huge ordeal, but possibly is, given, what it is. So You know, there might be some, you know, you're talking about business here. Yeah, basically. Um, uh, and so there's that. You know, there's some demographic things and just things that are, you know, business not business friendly. However, but see, the looming fact remains still, okay, that for 15 years Blizzard has known about this and has not pushed the issue. Now the issue 15 years ago was that the add-on creators had proprietary rights over their add-on, and they were threatening lawsuit because they were making so much money. If you can imagine 7 million people logging into this game a day and using the same add-on, how pissed off they would be if they took an add-on that has been core. This add-on right here has been, or those similar like it, has been core to the WoW competitive WoW experience for over 15 years. Okay, yet there is nothing in the default UI that gives me any semblance of such capability and such information grabbing capability. Okay. Nothing. Blizzard has done nothing to implement that. Okay. That is the one assuring thing of taking 7 years off of this game and coming back that I was hoping they had made progress on. And I came back and it was the same way. And I go, 7-10 years later, I'm like, we were talking about this a decade ago, and it's still there. It's still looming. It's still just hanging over their head. And to some degree, that's okay. It's okay to choose not to fix these problems necessarily, and allow the creators of the game and the public and the players that are passionate about it to fix these problems. The problem is when an add-on becomes so standardized into the gameplay itself that the content creators actually start adjusting the way they design content to work not only with these add-ons but against them, saying that they're going to have this information, they're going to know this, so we have to do something. Hence, private wars came out as a combativeness effect to try to hide the information through the combat log. And then what the player base do? Well, you just hit a macro at a certain time and it skips. Instead of hidden combat log, it pulls that data into the combat log, and then you can pull the data because you pinged for it specifically. And so you come into a thing to where we're limited by the way computers work and the way coding works and things like that. So even if you can hide it, you can create a manual override within the game to see it. Now, you have to look at it two ways here. Should those type of macros be illegal? And if they're ever caught using them, should those people just get the ban hammer? This is a good question. You know, if they know it to be cheating, but the thing is do you think the higher ranking guilds care? Do you think they'll even know? You know, or will they send a lonely, you know, level 1 character into the raid and pull the walls? You know, just to do this macro, to check it out, to rip the data off and just have that, because you can ban that level 1 account. No one cares. So there's ways around this, you know, and a lot of it's dumb. But when you start thinking about things like that,
Blood
you're,
and thunder.
you know, it's starting to work our way around the integrity of the game, but also having a crew of making, having 3 or 4 coders there at the beck and call to make uh, weak auras, like specific weak auras tailored to people's UI on a dime, and when it's necessary, and it's not just necessary. It's these things are right, and um, so these things are like destructive to the integrity of the game. That is the problem. Now they used to be awe-inspiring. Oh, I can make a weak orb for that. That's so cool. I can juggle this information. And so the game became, no longer can I hit the buttons in the right order. Not only can I organize people in the correct order to do a certain task, but now I have I have all the information I need to make you're kind of a play caller. And that's what we see. That's what we see Liquid and Max doing. We have the 21st man, you know, sitting there and just calling it out. You need to do this. You need to do this. Looking at all, and the thing is they've even taken it further to use the entire data center. It's not a data center, but all the, they're on LAN. They're all there. They can all screen share, okay, because of just the technology, and they can all screen share. They can do it locally. They don't even have to use the internet, okay, for this. This is a local thing. It would never be detectable by anything. So, so does that not scream unfair advantage? To pump in how much real money, assets, and resources into being first? Now, and this goes with all the competing teams, but doesn't that just scream a lack of integrity? And now, granted, the Race of World First has never been officially sponsored or sanctioned by Blizzard. They've never taken a official, like, we're doing the race and stuff like this. But the reason why they can't do such a thing, which I think would be awesome, is because they don't have a default UI. They don't have that. And people want that. There's a sect of people that want that. There's a sect of people that want to watch that content. But the customizability of add-ons limits that, because you can literally put any information that you can grab off of a ping to the servers in the combat log on your screen. And even they try to fix it, and you get a macro now to still funnel that information through, just because the way the WoW code works. And it's too much. It's too much. And like I said, you kick the can down the road 15 years, and this is what you get, And so it's just one of those things. It's still there. So and this is the thing, is when management makes these decisions, I don't know if they, obviously they were trying to create new content. There's going to be a certain level of it, not a certain level, a certain chain of decision making, okay, that resulted from this particular decision, okay, that had led up to today, when people are coming back to the game now 10 years 15 years later, and they're getting the same experience. Now, obviously that's a good thing for Classic, Okay, obviously, when you go back to Wrath of the Lich King and things like that, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that I can still have an add-on for that stuff. It really is. It's really cool that I can experience that. So what this really signifies to me as a solution is that there needs, we talk about, I think we need to, as a solution here, we need to think about this as like steroids in sports. Add-ons are steroids in sports, esports. Okay, that's what add-ons are. Add-on is a steroid in esport. Okay, it makes you bigger, stronger, faster, tougher. All this stuff. Okay, all of it. Okay, makes you just a bigger beast of a human being. Okay, so you have the guy on steroids. You have the guy that is on the normal. He's just doing normal stuff. Okay. Well, what do? You can do one or two things. Well, because we're not in a physical sport here, we don't have to worry about physical performance necessarily. Now, if you want to talk about like you know, focusing, pharmaceuticals and things like that, then sure, go for it. We can have that discussion as well. Here is, should medications like that even be allowed, and how would you test for it? Like, people have been talking about this since the inception of competitive internet gaming, things like that, is that they get a undue advantage because of this stuff. So this is kind of that is a side discussion possibly you can have with, leave down in the comments if you think that should be something they test for at the highest level. So, because in any other sport you get tested, why not here, kind of thing. There's still money, there's still money. Yeah, it's not sponsored or whatever, but there's other video games that are sponsored by their big companies. Okay, so we have to think of that as that. So the way I see this is, you have steroid user, which is the add-ons, and you have non-steroid user, which is the normies. This is the question: is why can't we have two versions of WoW? Because we have the technology. Okay, we obviously can code whatever we want. Why can't you have the people with add-ons and then the people without add-ons? And why can't they be two separate games entirely? Keep this WoW as the steroid written WoW at the highest thing that's all about information grabbing, and just let it go and make the content super hard. The add-ons are required. Let those people build those add-ons. Let them spend $250,000 a year on software engineers to make their personal add-ons. Let them do that. Let them choose to do that. And also let those, let the race happen as normal. You don't even have to sponsor it. You're already not sponsoring it, so we're not having any issues there. So the issue becomes what do you do with the default UI? Do we just create a whole entire game for that? Well, that seems where it's going, because it seems like it is impossible, or it is not worth the time of Blizzard to balance WoW in its current state, okay, on roids, okay, with all the add-ons. So it seems like, because we constantly hear, well, we can't balance for both, and you're right. You can't balance for both. Okay? And we see this in Classic, that you can actually put a bunch of add-ons in Classic and it doesn't matter as much. Okay? It doesn't matter as much because you just need less information in Classic, because there's less going on. So, in my opinion, there needs to be two different games going on here. They need to be split, and they need to be well defined and different. And you need to have steroid WoW, add-on WoW, and then you need to have a more tame default UI standardized World of Warcraft. That is a that is a um, that is a mixture, and I don't know the exact kind of combination here, but I think we understand what's going on here. That gives you enough information to play the game at a competitive level without giving you everything, okay, and without giving you ultimate customability, okay, customizability. Um, there has to be some balance there, because what you're getting into is you're getting into the people that are willing to put, throw $250,000 on an entire software engineer that doesn't even play the game necessarily. Not that that matters, but they're just techs on the back end, you know. Entire lands and things, and playing on lands should be a good thing. Getting together and playing physically with your friends, like if that's possible to do, I think that is one of the best things in the world that this game can offer. Okay, and just from a social aspect and a fun aspect of it, but those things, and utilize comms, utilize call outs rather than just watching on your screen. Okay, and this kind of throws a ruffle in everybody's and everything else, because then you have to make it so that the standard UI, the non-roided WoW, you pretty much have that locked down to this is what you get. This is it would be a very MOBA-isk experience, to where whatever you're trying to do, you're going to get this UI, you have these capabilities, and everyone will have that, and it will be a separate game completely, because we've already tried to do both. We've tried to do the add-ons with full customizability, and we've tried to implement just normal classic WoW, and they don't mix. They don't mix because the people that are willing to pay the real life money, that is just seems, outrageous to a lot of people, and to go that extra mile, which I'm glad they are. I think it's cool, and I'm glad they're able to do that and throw the funds, because it's entertaining and it's fun to watch. But we've noticed this now. You kicked the can down the road 15 years ago and said, "Oh, we'll look into it," and there was some integration there, but you didn't fix the problem, because then what you did was you integrated that, and then that became the bar, and then they do it, and then that became the bar, and then they did it, and then that became the bar, and you come into this. You just keep coming into this. We're gonna one up you. We're gonna one up you. Over and over again. Kind of it's basically an arms race, and to where the add-on people are rushing to be able to macro or add on this. Take it away for this one part of the game, and I don't know what that looks like. Now that's where the creative dev teams of Blizzard have to come forward, and they have to be like, okay, well, there's this. We already have 3 different versions of World of Warcraft. We have classic, not counting the hardcore and softcore. Classic, SOD, Season of Discovery, and you have and then retail, and then I guess you can do a 4th wherever classic is, in somewhere between vanilla and current retail, So we're there. So now that problem is a huge business decision as well. If you go that direction, one, you schism the game completely, but you've already done that. So, and then or do we just get 2 raids in retail? Do we get 1 retail raid that is fully add-on compatible, and we're allowed to do that, and they're hard and they're tense? And then do we get another raid that is similar content, same lore, same storyline, same kind of place in general, but is default UI only? And maybe that is very, I don't see why that's would be a problem. Now, I don't know if it's okay to do that within the same game. Like, is it the same version of the game, like classic versus or vanilla versus, um, like a vanilla raid versus a retail raid. There's a lot of differences in between what's happening there. But my point is or do they have to be like separate instances within the game? Because personal UI has to do that, and you limit things like that. Or does a character have to be specifically for one or the other? It also makes like some fun things happen too, with character design, that maybe characters don't work the same. Maybe skill sets don't work the same because we're unable to track these. We're unable to track all this data like we are now to min max. That min maxing isn't necessarily the be all end all anymore. It is, but you have to do it blind basically, and which makes it really tough because I don't know when to hit when my proc. Do I wait 2 seconds after my proc? So my other, you're starting to get into marginal differences where you want to hit this button when these two things go off and I have these two cooldowns going on or three things going on, and I have to choose whether to wait 1 second or hit it now. Kind of thing. Is like, and the luck of the draw, and the difference between me parsing high and an average parser and a 99 is the fact that I know to wait the 2 seconds where the other guy's hitting it now, and he's leaving 3% off the table. He's leaving it on the table, and I parse higher because I know that. And the thing is, you could be doing that accidentally. You could be doing that for a lot of reasons. You could be doing that for overall UI setup. But that's my solution to it. Again, that's another management and problem that has some bigger implications because it's basically building an entire game. But the way I see games, MMOs coming into the future, they're going to be this mixture between classic. You're either going to have the classic with a default UI and something manageable by the players, or you're going to have something that only people that throw an ungodly amount of money, like real life money, at to have these add-on producers, or even consult them to just make add-ons for their groups, like individually, and for the average player, for you as a player base to be kind of limited, and because what you're doing is you're putting a brick wall in front of the player base. You're saying that if you want to get to this level, the only way you can get this level, you can actually have the player skill to get there. You can be able to play your player just the best, but you don't have these add-ons, and you don't have these 4 people working under me, to at my beck and call create this, so I get this within minutes. Within 30 minutes, I get it. To where if I did that on my own, it would take me a day, 2 days, 3 days. Well, at that point, they've already killed the entire instance. So it's like, well, so you have 2 problems here. Is one, you have the time lapse, the amount of time it takes to clear the content, but it also the amount of time it actually takes to make these weak auras in a systematic way to be able to do this, other than having just random chaotic things which no average person could react to in the time of which allotted, especially week 1, but even more so, the people that are coming in week 6 or so, 6 or 8. So because they're using the same weak auras, they're using mostly the same stuff. And some of the players are the same people. They're just doing it over on it all, or running a different guild for whatever reason. So anyway, that's my opinion on that. That's where I see it. I see it being a business decision that was kicked down the road that should have been taken care of a long time ago. And when people first started coming back to this game after taking a hiatus from doing whatever their real life threw at them and coming back, I see that this is going to be a hindrance because I think people really wanted some kind of standardization to the UI. But now looking at it, to get this, you also want the same kind of feel that, all these instances had. And I don't think you can never replace that. You can never inject a standard UI into it and get that same feeling. I just believe it's not possible. Like there's certain things, like, because if you kill a boss in real time and while it's in progression, you'll never be able to replace that memory. So it needs to be as similar to that memory with everything that I was tracking cooldown wise, setting up my weak auras and things like that. You'll get close, but you won't get there. But you'll get even closer if they have the same weak auras and things like that. That's what I'm saying. But by taking that away for a default UI, one, you might not even be able to do the content because you're unable to track the buffs and debuffs accordingly. Or even back then, it was just it was a godsend to understand who had a debuff and who didn't, and to dispel them at a proper time. Now it's how many global cooldowns of dispel can you heal through? Can you still heal through and still dispel the group before they die? That's Fire Rack. Okay, right there. That's the first phase of Fire Rack. First phase of Fire Rack is how many global cooldowns can you spare for dispel and still heal the raid? That's what it is. Without weak auras, without UIs and things like that, you're not getting there. You're not getting there. So, and the other thing would be is, and I don't know how well this would be received, is time gate. You would time gate the ability to play more than one character, basically. You would say for the first 4 weeks of a standard UI or whatever, like, so the other thing is, you rush to make as many characters and gear as many characters as possible to bring all of those characters, and you get one person that plays like 3 or 4 or level like 3 to 5 characters and bring them to raid. One will be your main, and you'll push, and everything goes RNG past that. What you do is you time gate, saying, okay, well, you can only play this one character, one class. Maybe you can switch once, during that whole period, and for the next month, you were locked into playing one character, one class, no matter if that's your main, whatever you pick, and maybe you do that is what you get. Maybe we need to put more emphasis on item drops and bad luck versus, and it also stinks in the same sentence, but you can balance that out with M+, because you can run M+ as much as possible, but you can only run raid once, kind of thing. But if you're unable to keep running over and over again, it becomes more of a strategic thing versus just throwing all these characters at it. It's a complete opposite of today. And the thing is you can keep that with the steroid uses and the add-ons, and you can keep exactly how it is today without changing a thing. And you can still give that out, and it'll still be awesome to watch. However, for people that can't afford $250,000 worth of software engineers behind the scenes, for those people, you have this other that is a standardized alone, that you don't put multiple characters in, that you get one for a month. You get to play through that, and assuming that's what it takes to get through the content, who knows, but you get one thing to go through the content and play on that one character, their one main, and that, I think that would limit things as well. And they can be split up too. Like, you can come out with the steroid version, the add-on version first, and then a month later you can come out with the default UI. But I think it would be better to get the default UI one out first. And I think that would be a better race because it's fair. It's more fair. I mean, if you look at MOBAs and you look at the viewership of MOBAs, that says it all. Okay? That says it all. Is like default UI is where it's at, for a lot of things. So when it comes to competitive. So, but, those are my solutions. That's what I would like to see play in there. Do I have all the answers? No, but I think there's a general direction for Blizzard to take into consideration. And I think that's the way MOBAs are going. I mean, we're seeing MOBAs get pushed back into the classic vanilla age of teamwork and communication, but without on-screen procs and things like that. And on-screen procs past a certain default UI is considered illegal and bannable, kind of thing. You need to bring back that bannable force needs to be kind of a thing again. Like people, and I understand this is video game stuff, but I think for Blizzard in general and WoW, World of Warcraft, bringing back both kind of a steroid add-on era, and because that's really what this is going to feel like. Okay, it's going to be a steroid add-on era of World of Warcraft, and then if you bring it back down to a standard UI, you're going to bring it back down. You're going to take the steroids out, and you're then going to see normalized numbers. Okay, you're just going to see all it is a scalar. That's all it is. This is scalars in the number scheme, and the fact that if you do add time errors to it, you're adding in human error. That's all you're doing. If you add to a timer, and can you react to this? And it's the same thing. It just is. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I appreciate the viewership. All of you. Definitely subscribe to the channel if you like this video or more like it. There's other topics too that I'll discuss later, but that's all I'm going to do because this was pretty lengthy. It's close to home too, but I think the end of the day is Blizzard kicked this down the road 15 years ago, and now they're either going to do the same thing and they're going to take some of the add-ons and implement them slowly, and bring some of those people into the Blizzard employment underneath the employment umbrella, or they're just going to wipe out add-ons in general, which I think both should happen. And I think they need to be two distinctly separate games. Like I think the biggest thing is trying to get private auras. You try to fuse them together with unobtainable information, and what the devs actually said is, we'll just go out and pay somebody that knows just as much as you or more. So that's what they did. So if they're able to throw money at it and still get around these controls, you either give them something, to be able to do that, or you make something completely uniform, and you go with that. So that's where we're at, and it becomes an integrity of the game thing, just like steroids and regular sports. It's an integrity of the game, that you're withholding. Okay. And not only you talk about in regular sports, you're also talking about the physical well-being of the participants. So having both systems going at once, you at one hand the uniform system will uphold all of that, okay, and it will be a fair playing field across the board, and everyone knows that you're playing with the same rules, with the same information, with the same this, same that, everything. Okay, default UI. With this over here, anything goes. There's, for the most part, if you can dream it, you can do it, and and that's what you have over here with the add-ons and the things like this, and which is fine, but I think there's a place for both, and I think instead of necessarily concerning the money and the business decisions around, well, are we going to get these add-on people in here? Yes, you can, and you should pay them what they're worth, kind of thing, or they'll just say no, you know. Or you can make two games, you can bring them on, and you can have that game and then make another complete game with a standard UI completely, and there we go, you know, problem fixed. So you give, you know, and you can extend that to where you want. You can extend that UI into Mythic Plus. You can extend that into raids. You can extend that into leveling. Like, it can be its whole functional thing. You could create like a brand new character to be a part of that. You know, kind of like a tournament server kind of thing. You know, you do it for you. We already do it for hardcore. Why not? Why not do this? This is your rating server. You know, this is your standard UI rating server. Call it whatever you want. Why don't we have that? Okay. And then over here in regular World of Warcraft, you can have any add-on you want. It's free game. It's fair game. It doesn't matter. You know, and then you can have over here. Now what sucks is somebody's gonna have to manage this on the back end. Somebody's gonna have tickets. Somebody's gonna have this. Somebody's gonna cheat the system. That's gonna happen anyway. So we have all this stuff, you know, and we know what it is. But I know for a fact that this was an issue that was going to be fixed 15 years ago, and it wasn't. Why wasn't it? You know, because one of the cool things about leaving and come back and be like, oh, I hope they fixed all this stuff, and then it still exists. Now there was a lot that they fixed, and a lot of cool things happened to the game. But this is a problem. If you want to standardize to make this competitive on a fair level, and you want to be on the notoriety as other esport games, there's going to have to be this. Okay. Not only that, but the next video I'll do is basically talk about the implications of this system with the attention of the specific UI requirements and item requirements and the managerial flaws and failures of the MDI tournament failures here. So and that'll be next video though. So anyway, appreciate the time, the subscription, things like that, and we'll talk about that next. So with the with the MDI stuff is if we take a standardized MDI server, you know, and do that, it's already booked for a server. You know, it's its own server, it's its own thing, its own, you know, no add-ons allowed. WoW default UI only. There's no reason. There's no reason basically not to have that. Okay, so in the server, okay, you're no longer going to have in the server that you would make, and might even be a seasonal server. Okay, and that's just how it runs. Okay, you're allowed one character, whatever that may be, whatever the rules may be. But I think there needs to be, there shouldn't necessarily be a rule of for the MDI part of it, but definitely probably raid, to where you're limited to one character for a certain duration of time, whether it be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe, and maybe you're just locked. Your account is locked to one raid per, like, not one like per character, but one raid, you know, for the first month. I don't see that being a problem. I don't see, most people do that anyway, I think. But also what this does is, because you're on your own server, you created one character. You're not using a character you used before. You're not using anything like before. You don't have any items that you had before, or maybe the items just go away completely. There's no nostalgia here. Okay, there's just rating in the content. Okay, the nostalgia stuff happens on your other account, on the steroid account, basically, because that's how WoW has always been. And so you have like a more of a short-term seasonal account with the default UI, because that's kind of what it is. And then you have kind of a long-term steroid anything goes with add-ons account that has stand the course of time. Okay. And I think that really fits. I think it's very, very nice. But we see like Dorhe's expulsion and from MDI, because he was using illegal pots from a previous initially it was from a previous character that they found out that you can actually craft those things accordingly as well. So, but that, it doesn't. The thing is, if you did these seasonal things, servers, and you just brought them up, and everybody had one character that they brought through, you necessarily wouldn't have this with default UI. You wouldn't have these issues. You really wouldn't, and you wouldn't have to worry about previous expansion or something like that. That they're going to be exactly what they were. They're going to be they're going to be just standalone, one character, and you get and you get what they give you, right there. And then you run the content. And then you either clear the content or you don't. And it's just normal World of Warcraft, normal loot things. Of course, at the highest levels, they're going to do Master Looter. So, and they're going to divvy up the loot however they want. It doesn't matter. You can run Mythic Plus as much as you want. You can do, same rules apply for that. The raid wants, but it's going to be default UI, but one character, basically. So you completely limit these, because the thing is to come up with these new strategies or things like this. Well, new strategy doesn't mean to push the envelope on not having an even playing field. Why don't you just give them a list? Why don't you just give them a list of what they can and can't do? That would solve all these issues. Oh, that's not cool. That takes the wow factor. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because now you're limiting. It only takes the wow factors because they're unlimited in every way else. They're so cracked out on steroided out on add-ons and getting so much information the average viewer doesn't even know how to get, and a new player is completely lost by. Okay, they're so cracked up with that information and so overloaded with information dealing with that actually going over there and having the information that this used to be a thing 2 expansions ago, and I'm going to go over there and grab these because I think it's okay, and I want to try it and do that. That one, I understand the whole scenario. I understand the situation where it was a hearsay thing of where you told Group A that they couldn't do it, and then Group B did it, but you didn't announce that. It's like, it is the simplest management thing in the world. If you were a manager, and if you were an employee and your manager did that, if they went over and told coworker A, and then you did the same thing, should coworker B be punished because you told coworker A and it wasn't announced to the group that it happened? No. You shouldn't. Like, it just makes sense. However, if you just had a list of, you can do this and you can't do that, you can use these items and you can't, you have logs, you have individual logs from the practice. Okay, all you have to do is ask them what they're the people, the judges of this. You submit your logs 2 days in advance. Or 24 hours in advance. We look at your log, you approve the log, or you don't approve the log. It's not like you didn't run the instance, even if you run it on a lower level. Okay, these judges, you submit the log, you give them the information. They have all the information there. This is where logs is great. Okay, but instant, they're Blizzard employees. They have combat log. They should be able to go in there and do that. I don't know where that data is. I don't know how they get it, but logs is the good place to look at this. They then approve your log. And so what happens if there's a discrepancy, or if one of the teams like, well, they use this and this, they were approved. Okay? You're pre-approved for everything you used in here. Okay? That's not hard. That's not hard to do. Because really, you're only looking for a few things. You're either looking something in the run, okay? Like some glitch, something that you're doing, okay? That's easy to spot. Everybody's going to see that. Oh, he jumped through that wall. Oh, he pulled that group through the wall. That's not supposed to happen. Things like that. Those are bugs. Those are glitches. Those are simple to see. But you know what else is simple to see? A simple consumable used on a log sheet that you click 3 buttons to get to. Problem solved, guys. Problem solved. Why aren't you requiring logs to be certified into a judge that will take 5 minutes to say, yep, it's good? Or you just don't, or these judges just don't care. And if they really don't care, this shouldn't be sanctioned in the first place, and it shouldn't even exist, basically. If you're not going to manage it, and you're not going to do it the correct way, and you're not going to build it up into what it could be for the player base that the people care so much about, okay, and put so much of their time into, then why do it? Why do it half-ass? It makes no sense. Okay, and it's not like these judges don't know World of Warcraft. And if they don't, why are they judges for this thing? Why are they overseeing this? You know, and if they are, then half the problem is them not knowing the add-ons that are being used in the game and why and how to make them. Things like this, and it doesn't take it doesn't take a whole lot of understanding and a lot of experience and a lot of lessons to learn why this is happening. You know, is at the end of the day they don't care because they wouldn't be having it, or, you know, and I understand this is not Blizzard sponsors, but at the same time, do you want to build this up or not? Or are you just seeing if it catches fire and then we'll support it when it makes money? Like, that's okay too, but be honest with it. You know, say what it is. There's no like halfway here, you know. So what I see as a miscommunication is, like, I understand that you have to hold your ground, that you told this person that this group can't do it, and you were 5 runs into it, 6 runs into it, and this person did it. But a simple verification of what you guys are going to do and what items are going to do, and a complete list, and that complete list has to match, you know, what you provided us, because there's nothing in the... You're telling me that 5 minutes before you run the dungeon, you're going to tell the judge that we're going to use this. And that's not how that works. You give them 24 hours before to submit the consumables that they're going to use, and anything else. They submit a log of what they think is going to be happening, but exactly on the consumables part of it, so there's just no question. The judge then says and picks out, why are you using this stuff? They just ask questions. They take 20 minutes and say, why are you doing this? Okay, are you using this for a glitch? Are you using this for this? Because that stuff's going to be easy to see. The glitches and stuff and the bugs is fine. But the consumables is simple. That stuff's all going to show. And if, like, And the only other part is, well, what if the log was bad and didn't for some reason pick up on a potion that was used all the time? Well, there's potions that are obvious, okay? There's potions of like, this level, this expansion, that are going to happen, like a tempered potion. You're used to that. And is somebody going to use a scaled down tempered potion that was from 2 expansions ago that gives 50 all stats or something like that? Like, no one cares about that. Like, everybody's going to have the potion that gives 1,000 primary stat that's been current in the current the raid and expansion. Everybody's going to do that, so it doesn't make sense. So I don't understand why there's not a process, like a simple process of just submitting all this stuff. And there's only going to be like 8 teams. There's 8 logs. It takes a half hour to go through all this stuff. Have a 5-minute meeting with, okay, I see you're doing this. And the judge doesn't tell everybody what they're doing, okay? The judge has no, they're supposed to be the mediary. And they're supposed to say, okay, well, it looks good. If you did this run the exact way you did this and all your people use these consumables that we'll check later, all you do is match them up, reconciliation, and it pops off. And you're like, oh, you didn't do this. Well, and this is here. But then you have the master list of all the things you could use. And then you cite that master list. Okay, well, it's on the master list. I understand why you did it or why you hit it. But it's on the master list. Okay. But in his case, is like, okay, so say something's not on the master list. It's not on the master list. I see you used it here. We can see that, like, you can go back in the video and the stream and look at it. And then you start looking at it like, okay, there's that buff. There's when it was used. It was on the log. You're disqualified. Seems like a great idea to me. Seems like an easy way to do it. Takes an hour, to judge these things. So, and, if the problem is this isn't sanctioned, well, then the people that are unsanctioned need to have some kind of process to go through these things. And I know they do. They have like a little informal, like a little formal menu that kind of says tiebreakers and stuff like that, like any tournament for anything you would have of like, if there's a tie, this is what goes to this. And that's great to have. But that kind of process needs to go higher and higher on all these things and needs to be vetted accordingly, So, and you can't, the amount of potions that you're going to use and not use between there, it just doesn't make sense not to have something cut and dry. You're still going to get viewership. People are still going to watch it. So, and they're still not going to know what's coming because they didn't see the initial log because only the judges saw them. Like, so it's easy. It'd be easy to watch. It'd be easy to, you're just taking things out like for deduction. That's all. So anyway, that's my whole thing. Dorky didn't do anything wrong because he was misinformed. He was ill-informed, basically. And so if anyone else did this in any other situation, the judges would be ridiculed and should be. So does that change the fact that he should have been DQ'd? No, it doesn't. And that's the unfortunate and needs to be apologized. He should have been paid anyway because of the judges. Basically, the judges made a wrong ruling. There needs to be compensation for that, for whatever it be. Okay. There also needs to be a process in that if we do something that is that just obviously dumb, you need to pay that dude out. Like, that dude needs something for his time. I don't care what it is. Give him an amount. Give him something, But, or that team, like, and it doesn't have to be much. It's just kind of like, hey, we're bad, Hey, I'm sorry. You do that. Just like if someone was also told at work you can't do that and you didn't know, because the manager didn't tell everybody, that person wouldn't be responsible. It's the same scenario. It doesn't matter. you know. And you can say, oh well, too bad, how sad, whatever, you know. You can do that, and I understand at the end of the day it's a video game, but at the thing in the context of being competitive and on a competitive level, okay, the referees have to be equally as held accountable as the players and the coaches, okay. It's the way it is. I mean, you look at any real sport out there, okay, the coaches get fined, the owners get fined, the players get fined. You know, they all have rules, they all have codes of conduct, okay. And the fact that this stuff isn't presented like this, and whether it's profitable or not, is not the question at all, okay. The question is, are we holding this tournament, and are we going to do it to the best of our ability, or are we going to hold this tournament and are we going to let this stuff just be okay because, you know, that's okay and we're okay with that, and that is not how things should be run. Should not. So again, like this needs to be, like, there needs to be a process behind this. There needs to be controls behind this, and if that can't happen, I don't know how people can in the future take MDI seriously. Basically, this isn't hard. This isn't crazy. This isn't on a level of that's not common sense to everyone, and actually does not take that much work, okay, in general, to hold a standard that 24 hours before. And even if there's 8 instances, okay, 8 logs are not going to be rough to go through, especially when you're looking for just overall buffs. It's like, hey, did you find a bug? Did you do this? Talk to them, feel like okay, and then have a meeting, have a player meeting. This is what we found through all the meetings. You can't do this, can't do that, can't do that, but these are all the things you can use, and everything else looks fine. And point out specifically to specific people what they did and what they didn't do. Okay, it's that simple. Communication is key here. So anyway, Dorky did the right thing. He just admitted to what he did because he knew he did it. Do I think him going back into the other zone? But if it wasn't, if rule number 0 is whatever the judges say at the end of the day is the conclusion that we get to, which I understand why that is that way. Rule 0 has to happen. But the thing is when rule 0 gets flipped because of miscommunication of something the judge did or didn't do, okay, there needs to be some kind of compensation put out for Dorky and his team to get something, okay. Even if at minimum it is a public apology by the judging staff, okay. Even if it's just an apology, okay, that is something, okay, something that we will do something better next time, because what the public got, what the MDI audience got was, we don't care if you do this and you don't, even if the judges make mistakes, we don't care. That's what they hear, and that is not good for competitive WoW. That is not good for any competitive game. That is not good. You imagine imagine a pro sports organization doing that, to where we just don't care. You just lose all credibility of the integrity of the game. Why play the game if it's not going to have integrity behind it? So, and that is where I come in with my add-on approach, to have a steroid and add-on WoW, World of Warcraft, that anything goes, and then you have a standardized UI WoW, World of Warcraft, that is very cut and dry, with limited to one character for a month, to where you just play one class, one character for a month, and you progress as far as you can, okay? And things are much more balanced. Things have a lot less going on, but it's fun. And maybe is the content easier? It's easier by design, because there's not as much information going on, but it's not necessarily completable within a certain time frame. And then at the same time you get buffs and nerfs and things like that. So, but I think these two things are mutually exclusive in a lot of ways. Okay. And I think that is a way that we can really enjoy this on a deeper level. And then what we can do is we can watch the race roll first with all the add-ons and all the steroids and watch the big beefy guys go at it. Or we can go over here and watch the guy that put his heart and soul into this one tune for 3 weeks to accomplish this goal with another 30 people or 20 to 30 people and see if they can do it. Because not only did they, but they planned it out from the beginning, okay? And they brought what they could, okay? Not what they were willing to do necessarily. Like, they weren't willing to bring 5 characters per account. They would bring 1 character per account and 1 person behind it. You bring ultimate integrity back to the game, and you will bring a whole mess of things with it. Okay? You will. And they're positives and negatives, but I think the positives in this case outweigh the negatives by a lot. I think it does. And then while still offering the old school WoW to be able to do whatever add-on you want. But I think consolidating old WoW into this new uniform, I don't think it works. The bubble has been burst. It was burst 15 years ago. And the reason why it wasn't taken care of, if it was taken care of, it should have been taken care of in either MoP or right after MoP. Okay. It should have. And it would have been a good time to get a whole new player base. You could have went through 5 expansions, 4 or 5 expansions in that time. You would have had plenty of time to make this uniform. And then today's WoW would be uniform. It would be something very much what it isn't today, basically. So we're still doing the same thing we did 15 years ago. And a lot of people wanted to see that change. A lot of people did. So, and to some degree, it's okay to have it this way. And that's why I'm proposing that we do a schism of the steroids and the non-steroids. Because at this point, you've kicked the can down for 15 years, that the rest of it does, like, what's another 15 years doing the same thing as steroids over here? Like, why go back, kind of thing. Now, obviously, we don't necessarily have to worry about physicality here. So in human beings and things like that. So we don't have that conversation going on because we're all in a digital world here. But if that was the case, like, what kind of players are going to get, and then you also have like add-on WoW. You still have the same system. You don't necessarily even have to collaborate with these add-on guys. You don't have to collaborate with them. You don't even have to hire them if you don't want to, because they're going to continue doing the same thing they've always been doing, and people are still going to be playing this hyped up WoW, steroid WoW, to where anything goes when it comes to add-ons for the most part, and so we don't have to worry about macros and worry about that, and then you have this other portion that is just that is just the integrity of the game, of what it is, what it should be. 1 account, 1 player for a month, clear the content, and after that month, you open it up to other characters, other things like that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. Dorky needs judges at MDI, if you hear this, apologize to him. Apologize to that team. Okay. Do the right thing. If you don't pay him out, if you don't do anything like that, just apologize. it's necessary for the integrity of the judges of MDI, in my opinion. It'll look really good if you did it. If you don't care, if you don't hear this, basically, just know that it would mean something to them. I think it would mean something to the MDI community and the people that watch the competitive nature and actually want integrity in this game. Okay. All right. So we're done with the rant. That's pretty much what that is. And
Strength and honor. Dabu.
all right. Oh yeah, that's. So, let's see. So I'm going to go over here and do this. I think I'll go around here. Yeah, I did. Like specific videos. They just, like, I hate, you know what I don't like, man? I don't like situations that arise because people can't inform people of what is going on when it's their duty or their job to inform people what's going on. And in a competitive environment, it means all the more, like it's one thing if you have a coworker doing it, but you get like a manager situation to where he tells one person one thing and doesn't tell somebody the other, or doesn't tell just, there's some things you just like, hey, for instance, like say the bathroom doesn't work, like the stall is broken. It'd probably be good to tell people in that department that don't use that stall, or just put a sign up, or do both. Like, it's just normal things. And when I watch these events, and when I watch these events play out, and then something like that happens that could have been easily talked about, easily avoidable, basically. By just a simple conversation. Some of these people, some of these guys, they train for You know, they started training a couple months ago, putting in, couple, good long hours on top of whatever they wanted to do in the game. So they were, they were playing the game and they're having a good time. Don't get me wrong, but like it's just sad to see that some guy should have sold a bunch of stuff. That some judge, that in some tournament that doesn't have the correct protocols
I can't carry anymore.
is hindering someone's performance because they can't give them the proper guidance and guidelines of which to play the game. Like, in no other sport does that exist. Maybe football because of there's human calls everywhere, but that's not a human call. That's like going over to one bench. That's like going to one bench of players and be like, okay, you're not allowed to do this thing, and then not tell the other coach bench. Don't work that way. Nope. You will destroy the integrity of the game. And if you destroy the integrity of the game, it's not like people still won't play the game. People will still play the game. They just won't take it seriously. And if we don't take it seriously, then the competitive people that are here for the competitive edge people, it no longer means anything. And if it no longer means anything, then we'll all just be casuals. Hopefully there's a... It'd be nice to sell something. Okay, there's a vendor over here. Good. Yeah, but I've thought about it for a week. So there's that. But I also I didn't think like super hard about it, but I gave it its due time. And I listened to some reactions of specifically the player that it happened to. Supposed to be a vendor here. Yes, probably walks around. So I'll go back to town and then jump back up here. It won't be that big. Well, like, a lot of this stuff is like well known, and I feel like they've thought about it in the past, but I feel like they feel like they're like they want a competitive scene, but they don't. Like Like it's mixed. They're giving mixed signals to where a MOBA is only competitive. Basically, there's some less competitive people out there. Don't get me wrong, but I think for the majority, when you talk about MOBA, you're talking about a very competitive, sweaty game, and which is totally it's totally fine to have that, but the problem is when you have a competitive game, you have to address the people playing, your audience playing it as a competitive group of people. You can't, you're not allowed to say it in a context of a non-competitive way, and you have to communicate clearly and concisely into all parties involved, because what is fair is like the rule zero thing. Okay, the rule zero thing works. Okay, I understand. And for you, if you don't know what rule zero is, it's the head judge basically has the final say in everything. Okay, that at some point the buck stops here, kind of thing. Like there has to be a judgment, there has to be a ruling, and that's what the head judge does. Okay, so for in other games, okay, like Magic the Gathering, there's a very, very, very clear rule book. So clear, in fact, that people memorize it. It does change from time to time, but it's one of the really cool things. One of the good things about it is that if you really really have a discrepancy over a ruling, then there's even a thing of how you go about basically what is it called? I'm dumb. The word is escaping me right now. Oh. But anyway, like if you were going to question a ruling or get a second opinion on it, like you can do that. And but it's built in. It's basically built in to the game, which is really, really nice. And there is a rule zero. The rule zero is the head judge of the tournament has the final say in everything, no matter what. That there's one person at every tournament that has the overall jurisdiction to make any ruling that seems fair and logical, but at the end, for any reason, anything he sees fit, within the guidelines, and basically that means he can make judgment calls. Like for instance, he can make judgment calls of whether somebody was cheating based on the known information given at the time, and so and he can kind of like make judgment calls of this person is doing this to deceive, to get an edge up and an unfair advantage, but that's a judgment call that a judge can make. Be like, well, I think you're being disingenuous, and I think you're doing this to get one over on your opponent by like sleight of hand or things like that, and which is a problem in Magic the Gathering and other trading card games. If you don't think like part of it Magic, part of it is Magic. So, but the whole point is to make it so uniform that it's not that you can't do it, that it's just extremely hard to do it. And I've seen people DQ'd for a bunch of stuff. But still to this day, I really enjoy I enjoy that part of it. Maybe I should become a judge, I've always considered it, I'm knowledgeable, but I don't always enjoy being a judge things. Sometimes it's boring, sometimes it's not. A lot of waiting around, but it's not very bad if you're really good at what you're doing. So it's sometimes that some judges will say some things sometimes that aren't necessarily the best advice. So I've just never. And you gotta like take a test and stuff, and you gotta like volunteer your time and stuff like that. It's kind of different. So, well, what MDI needs, and the Race the World first, in a way, as we kind of move away from add-ons and come back to a uniform, standardized UI, we also need to standardize some other things, and the way they choose to be standardized, the way the judge, like head judges, will come together, the way those people come and standardize and come to the general conclusions of how those processes come together and how those decisions are made, by a due process kind of thing. Those decisions will be the base for the next generation of competitive WoW players. Okay. If there is such a thing left. The other thing is that if they can't hold integrity while you do it, it's not worth having around. If there's no integrity here, if there's no integrity to be held, then the competitive scene for World of Warcraft shouldn't exist. Because, for instance, like, we can't be, we'll use this. So Pete Rose bet on baseball, stuff like that. Now, they're gonna. He bet on baseball or he was caught betting on baseball, I should say, after his playing years. Okay. So the only argument for Pete Rose entering the Hall of Fame as a player, not as a coach, as a player, is that he got caught during his coaching years and not his playing years. That he was well within retirement of his playing days. So, like, it wasn't like he was fixing games from a perspective of his personal statistics. Now, with that said, he possibly, by betting on baseball, he very possibly affected some other players' stats around him. Okay, possibly. Don't really know. Okay, because we don't know if I don't know if he bet on his games. I don't know. Like, I don't know who he bet on, but I think he always bet on himself to win as well. So it's not like he was throwing games or whatever. So, which is good, and you know that kind of, you know, there's a lot of people out there that say that you should be able to bet on yourself to win, no matter what. Like prize fighters can bet on themselves to win. They put money They can put money directly down for themselves to win a fight, for a prize fight, and I think that's fine. Now, what they can't do is they can't go and bet against themselves, which is obvious, kind of like you know, it's obviously a throw at that point. And
Health warning.
so we have those things involved. So
Health
like
warning.
that's the biggest argument, though, that his during his player days
Health warning.
his stats were, and
Health
his
warning.
abilities as a player were well established, basically. His argument when he was alive was that, well, look at these steroids, guys. I did it without steroids. Which, if you look at him, look at his body shape, he really didn't get huge, like muscle mass wise, so he probably didn't use steroids. But do we actually really know? No, we don't know at all. And on the other, so he's going to be the other, like a couple weeks ago, Pete Rose was said that he was going to be inducted to the Hall of Fame. Now, he died 6 months ago or a year ago or something like that. Anyway, but you know, it was never a question for me that he obviously had. It's one of those things where he obviously has the numbers to like get in the Hall of Fame. So it becomes a morality thing, and then what is the price of such a thing happening? Like a unique event to where someone plays their days, they get caught betting on baseball during the coaching years. That has nothing to do with the game itself. It has nothing to do with them getting paid as a player. And what that really comes down to is that the price of that is you will never see yourself in the Hall of Fame while you're alive. That is the cost of betting on baseball. That is the price for disturbing and disrupting the integrity of the game. Okay. Now, to relate that situation to here, obviously I don't think we have that going on necessarily, even though esports betting is a thing. But is it like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to get into the betting part of it because I don't know. Like I don't know anything about you know, the gambling. I don't know anything about gambling, like esports and things like that. I do know it exists, but I don't follow it at all. So, but the question is when you get into situations like this, is what is the punishment for esports when something like this happens? You know, can you, obviously you're talking about bans, you're talking about a lot of things like that, like, possible Hall of Fame stuff, stuff like that. But so I just don't think, there's people with clear credentials out there that possibly will not hit Hall of Fame status just because of someone's opinion of them. So it's different because one you're talking about a you're talking about an esport versus, like, without a doubt, being a Hall of Fame baseball player is harder than being a Hall of Fame esport player, probably. Just from a physical capability part of it. I don't think anybody's like arguing that. Those take skill. I think it takes skill, time, dedication. But they both take that. But you have to have coordination. You have to be, you just got to be that good, So, but. So, but he'll get into the Hall of Fame, which a lot of people will be happy about. But no, like I said, this puts like a standardized process basically for anybody else that ever does this ever. Which I don't think it'll ever happen ever again. I just don't. I don't feel like it'll. I personally don't feel like it will ever happen again. Maybe, but I think technology is too good. That stuff, finances, accountants, they all exist now, and I think it's more. There's more regulation.
How are you? See you around.
Well.
I need a target.
Thank you.
Got steam recharging. Haven't passed that yet.
Health warning. Health warning. Health warning.
That's
Health warning.
Ding.
Sug sug. Go forth to victory. blood and thunder. For the Horde.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down here and turn this quest in. Then I'm gonna go try to Umar.
Talk to me! Hurry back! Glad I could help! What's up? Time is money, friend! Keep it real! Glad I could help! Hurry back! Keep it real! Yo! Glad I could help!
Graw. May your blades never dull.
That's really charging. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. Not yet. Isn't ready yet. Cast that yet. That's really charging. I need more mana. Cast that yet. Isn't ready. Cast that yet. Charge in.
So we're gonna do armory here.
I am forsaken.
Go over here and see if there's anything to learn.
What would you ask of death?
All right,
Victory
cool.
for Sylvanas. I'm listening. Do not seek death.
Hello.
All right. Go over here. Good old mage armor here. We're gonna increase our mana regeneration while I'm casting, while I'm in combat, basically. So we just spent all of our talents. Basically, we're gonna go full arcane and then a little bit of frost. We probably are probably our secondary stat when we get our specialization will probably go. We'll either go Frostfire or like heavy frost. So I'm not really sure. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. No. All right, let's do this. So I think I just pop these, hit Fireball, then hit Arcane Missile.
It's not yet.
That seems like the obvious kind of.
That's not charge in. That spell isn't ready yet. That's not charge in.
Ah, I've been waiting for a real challenge.
First, I need a target.
Blades of light. Light, give me strength. Blades of light.
Charge in.
I've been waiting for a real challenge. Fade to light. Fade to light. Is that all? Fade to light.
Health warning.
Is that all?
Health warning. Health warning.
Ah, I've been waiting for a real challenge. Fade to light. Light, give me strength. Fade to light. Fade to light.
What you looking for? Bye-bye now.
Greetings. Be careful.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
That's still recharging.
Peace, friend. Walk.
We're gonna go level up our enchanting.
target.
Makra! Victory!
How may I aid you? May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch over you.
I guess I'll come down here and because I can do these quests now, I guess. But they're elite. Or two of them are elite, I guess. No, one of them's elite. The other... No. I would like to do Cathedral. That'd be nice. Let's see. What do I get for this? Nah, I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take this neck. Because that is the obvious choice. Okay. All right. I'm going to. All right. Today we went ahead and filled in our arcane tree here, filling our frost a little bit. So it's very possible we'll do like a fire frost build for the next one there. We'll start filling in the frost until we basically get improved blizzard, some other things. So it's not too bad. I'm gonna call it a stream. Do some editing, do some things off stream. So anyway, I appreciate the viewership as always. Definitely follow, subscribe to the channel. Helps channel grow. It's free. Appreciate it. So anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna log in, check my vault, my small vault on retail, and basically in the retail. So and then oh yeah, and then what I'll do is I'll play classic, and that's about it. So and so I may do a couple M plus to do 12s. So I need to get 3 12s. I need brewery. I need I know I need Cinder Brew. I need Priory. I need a 12. I need one other 12, and I forget which one it was. So but I need 3 more 12s, and then when I do that, then I'll be able to easily, basically, I'll be able to pick up my. I'll either get a Jasper Diamond, or Jasper Diamond, or a Jasper Diamond, or ring, or another kind of ring, or maybe maybe a mythic, like a mythic ring. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna look for. But yeah. So anyway, that's kind of the thing we're gonna go with. But we're just kind of plugging along with our build here. The leveling is going to seem a lot slower. Might have to grind some dungeons a little bit. Cathedral is a really good one to. It'll give me a good neck. It'll give me some other stuff. So. Anyway, so. But anyway, so, but yeah, that's the agenda tomorrow. Probably be on later. Depends on what I have to do tomorrow. So in IRL. So, but I'll be back. So anyway, I'm just gonna sync, and I'll see you guys later.